This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where to say rain is preventing play might be seen as something of an understatement. Heavy rain last night and this morning has left puddles on the outfield. They have just started a mopping up process now. The prospects of play today don't look great, although it's not ruled out yet. When they do resume, Warwickshire will have some work to do. 71 for 3, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out, though Ed Barnard and Dan Mosley had started to offer some resistance at the end of day 2. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
gosh,
Yeah.
so cold that it's going to be hard to go right now. And not laughing at me having this heater anymore. Huh? They're all laughing at me on the first day.
This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where a mopping up process is currently underway after we've had no play so far this morning. Puddles on the outfield with rain last night and this morning. It's a very breezy and cold day, but they are doing their best to get the ground in some sort of fit state. They're going to take lunch at 1 o'clock. The umpires will inspect them. Prospects of the day still don't look great, but they haven't given up hope. When they do play, if they do, Warwickshire will resume on 71 for 3, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Okay.
it working?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Yeah. How was Robbo?
Yeah, no problem. All very good. All good.
Yeah. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where prospects of play have improved slightly. The ground staff have worked hard and they are taking an early lunch and will inspect again at 2. A lot of rain, puddles on the outfield, but there is still some hope that Warwickshire will be able to resume on 71 for 3. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
What? 3-2 still.
3-2. Was it penalty? Who's safe there? Has to be someone on it. Get it.
3-1. Missed it.
Calvin.
Double touch? What? There you go. Let's go again, bud. I'm around there. Yeah. Pull down station. PI parking. Go down to oh, Billy.
No, move! Move! Go there.
Yeah.
Yes!
Well, Jay. Yeah, still. No, you know, I was on PI. We go hard at you. Behind, mate. Stop here. Behind. The play off. No. It was, but...
Get moving, sorry.
Well, hello. I'm delighted to say we're about to bring you some cricket here at Edgbaston. If you're just tuning in, haven't been following, we haven't had any play today because of heavy rain overnight and this morning. We arrived before the schedule started play. Might be slightly exaggerating to say the outfield was flooded, but there were certainly a lot of puddles on it. And things did not look great, but the ground staff have worked very hard, as they always do. And they have got us in a position where we can get underway, except, I do have to say, that just as we're about to start, it is getting as dark as it's been all day, and hopefully those clouds will quickly disappear. There are 40 overs to be bowled today, so that's a scheduled 6:30 finish, I guess. Extra half hour to make up for time lost in the game at the end of the day. And the tail of the tape is that Warwickshire are 71 for 3. Still with some work to do. They're resuming to Nottinghamshire's first innings of 400. You would think this match would end up being a battle for bonus points, but if North were to get some quick wickets, they could yet put Warwickshire under pressure. And Dane Patterson has got one of the wickets to fall so far. He's going to bowl from the Birmingham end to Ed Barnard on 18. These two resuming a partnership which added 45 yesterday. After Warwickshire were in big trouble, that one's left, there's no run. Warwickshire found themselves 26 for 3 when the three batters who had scored ridiculous number of runs this season were all dismissed for 25 between them. But Barnard and Mosley steadied the ship a bit, but they need to do so again, and probably not the easiest of batting conditions. It's pretty dark. Ball has been doing a bit. Nottinghamshire made 400. Bear in mind, one batter got 218, so Warwickshire got the rest out for less than 200. So there is a bit there. That one's left by Barnard. I'm Clive Eakin. If I'm doing one, I'm flying solo at the moment. Dave Bracegirdle will be joining me after he's done an update, and Mel Farrell will be with us as well for this little stint of cricket here at Edgbaston. The third day. One or two people taking their seats, probably not expecting any play. A bit of a bonus. There must be only about 30 or so people on the ground. There might be a few keeping warm inside the pavilion. But in comes Patterson to bowl, and just drops a bat on that Barnard. It goes to backward point. There's no run. Ed Barnard, who, and I'm sorry, Ed, but is objectively quite funny. But when Warwickshire made 698 for 3 against Durham, he scored 1. It was probably the best run out of the 698. Hampshire did a bit better, but still didn't get a big score there. 27 and 18. We did make half centuries in the, well, a half century in the opening game of the season. Scored 89 against Worcestershire. And he just goes for, thinks about a little tip and run, but that's fielded at mid-off. And there is no run. So this match so far been dominated by one absolutely outstanding innings from Ben Duckett, who scored 218. In the first innings. Before being 9th out, having opened. That one is going down the leg side, and Barnard helps on his way for Warwickshire's first run of the day. 72 for 3. Well, half centuries in the knots innings for Ben Slater and Jack Haynes, but no one else. Well, Dylan Pennington got 17, batting at number 10. No one else got to double figures. 5 for Owen Halland-Dolby, Warwickshire's first fifer of the season. He took 5 for 78. So far in this innings, 2 wickets for Pennington, 1 for Patterson. Notts managed to pick up 4 batting points. They've also got a bowling point. They've got 5 points in the bag, and probably 8 for the draw. Whereas Warwickshire, in terms of bonus points, just the 3 bowling points thus far. That's played back down to mid-off. There's no run. You've got Pennington coming into the bowling. Mel's just popped in for a moment. Dave, how are you?
Oh, I'm good, thanks. I've been snuggled up out the back in the wellness room.
Yes, famous wellness room here.
Oh, it's strange. It really does have a nice effect. I don't know whether it's the lighting, the fact that it's warm, the comfortable couches, but we're curled up in there watching Netflix because it's been a long old day. Good to have some cricket on.
Welcome to listeners on Sports 5. I've actually described this over. What wait for Dave?
Oh, Pennington is in. It's left by Barnard. Bowled absolutely brilliantly yesterday. Pennington did have very favourable conditions, and I'm sure Nottinghamshire will be happy to see the lights on, because I think all the wickets in this game have fallen when the lights have been on, and a lot of dark clouds overhead. The ball suddenly starts moving about.
It's funny, isn't it? It's almost a cliche, but sometimes it really does seem to happen that way. But he bowled beautifully. He's coming in again now over the wicket to Barnard. He just plays this off his hip down to mid-on. It was an all-round brilliant bowling effort by the Notts attack yesterday. It just felt like there was no easing up of the pressure. Didn't matter who came on. Ollie Stone bowled brilliantly. Dane Patterson came in. There was no let up there, that's for sure. Pennington, he's in again to Barnard, and he just lets that one go again.
Be interesting to see how Notts approach this. If they do manage to get wickets and put Warwickshire under pressure, if they could bowl them out before the end of today, might they look to score runs quickly and maybe get a couple of sessions at Warwickshire tomorrow, whether the forecast, I gather, is promising?
Certainly looks a lot better tomorrow, so fingers crossed. It was so wet here today, a lot of puddles. The ground staff have worked incredibly hard to get us to this point. As Pennington bowls, it's full and it's dug out along the ground straight to point. No run again. It's hard at the moment all round the country with these games being interrupted by rain. You had the Kookaburra ball making it particularly tricky to get wickets in the first couple of rounds, so we've had so many draws early on.
Yeah, first 27 matches in the first 3 rounds, only 6 wins and defeats. The rest draws with 2 abandoned without a ball being bowled.
Yeah, that makes it difficult to sort out teams. Here's Pennington again. That's off the outside edge of the bat, but along the ground into the gully.
You can sit down if you like. We just made a quick production decision that you might as well carry on. Dave will replace me in half an hour, so we will hear from Dave.
So a lot of thought goes into our production meetings.
And then his fancy rotors he sometimes he pinned up on walls. We sail with the wind or something like that.
Yes. Speaking of which, there's a little bit of a breeze out there.
Yeah.
Flags flapping in the distance. Barnard waits as Pennington is in, and again he's happy to leave that one. Paying him a lot of respect, just having a look at him. The end of the over from Pennington, and it's 72 for 3. Mosley on 26, Barnard on 19. How many overs have we got?
It was 40 to start with, so it's 38 now. So I suppose they're aiming at a 6:30 finish, of course, for the extra half hour. Where else are they playing? They're playing at Kidderminster. They've done incredible. I think we were discussing this earlier. For a club ground at Kidderminster, with all this rain around, to have played there today. They've done really well. Worcestershire are closing in on Somerset's first innings total, 307 for 5. They're 2 behind Somerset. They're playing at Bristol, where Gloucestershire got themselves into a strong position as Patterson comes into bowl to Dan Mosley. He punches out to mid-on, there's no run. I should have said Gareth Roderick, by the way, is on the century for Worcestershire. But Middlesex are 60 for 2 in their second innings. They're still 59 behind. That one at the moment is looking the most likely to produce a result. And that's it. No play at all today at Leeds or Leicester. They are planning to start at 4:30 at the Oval, where Surrey are in a strong position against Hampshire. No play at all today at Chester Street. It's a grim picture. Patterson comes around the wicket to bowl to Mosley. Looks like hit him on the thigh pad. There is a big shout. Not sure how much conviction there was really in the shouts. But anyway, it's not out.
Yeah, it's funny talking to people who know Kidderminster well. Apparently, some feel it's got the best drainage in the entire country.
Well,
and the reason for that, I'm told, is that because it's built right on the railway line. So it's right there at one end, and apparently means that any water just drains away in that direction.
Next one, there's a bit of an edge from Mosley, but it will run towards third. Doesn't go all the way. It goes quite slowly before it is pulled in there by Lyndon James, and it's 2 runs to Mosley. So he moves on to 28, and it's 74 for 3.
Yeah, enjoy watching Mosley bat. He plays that wonderful shot through mid-wicket, a really wristy whip that he plays. Played that a few times yesterday.
Next one round the wicket. He takes a little step across Mosley and pushes that one to the offside. There's no run.
That's something else he did yesterday. Just that little step down the pitch to Patterson in particular. He's very aggressive, isn't he, Mosley? He likes to feel the ball on bat, and he also likes to put pressure on the bowlers in any situation.
Got a couple of half centuries this season, plus his maiden 2 first-class wickets. 3 slips in place as Patterson comes in to bowl to him. And he leans back, plays that straight to point. You'll often hear him referred to as Mousley, but he isn't, and some of his teammates, I think, are trying to call him that and encourage him to use that, but he is insistent that it is Mosley, like over there. Mosley in Birmingham. So I've got half-eaten custard cream on the side here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I did check that with him before my first match here, of course, because his nickname's Danger Mouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Danger Mose doesn't quite work, does it? But yeah.
he's developing a reputation as a bit of a golden arm. Comes in twice, those 2 wickets. First over he's bowled.
That's ball the over from Patterson again. He takes a little step forward. And he's hit on the pass, but he's so far forward there was never any real danger there. End of the over, 74 for 3. So just 3 runs added so far in 3 overs by Warwickshire. That's a long way behind Nott's first innings total of 400 exactly. And they are 74 for 3.
One reason they did get that 400, or the main reason they did, was courtesy of Ben Duckett, and that was the wicket that Mosley got. Everyone had tried and tried and tried to dislodge him, and in the end it was Mosley coming on. Did the same thing against Durham. Pennington continues from the members' end, and he's in, and that one left alone by Barnard outside the off stump.
Yes, he must have been irritated with that Ben Duckett. By that Ben Duckett, he batted so brilliantly, but to get out to exactly an occasional. But I mean, Dan Mosley does, but he bowls more with the white ball actually than he does with the red. So must have been a little bit annoyed.
That was a fine innings. It was lovely to watch. That was the first false stroke he played in that innings. Pennington in, just drops that one down in front of him. Barnard dribbles out to the offside.
I think I said this first class wickets. I think actually what I should have said is first championship wickets. I think those 2 wickets this season have been. I think he took a 3 for in a first class match, which, if I remember rightly, I haven't got the record in front of me. Yes, for England Lions. Yeah, his previous 3 wickets came. First class wickets came for England Lions. So he's been his first 2 championship wickets, the 2 wickets he's taken this season.
Pennington, 3 slips in for Barnard. He bowls, and he just plays inside the line there. I don't think it was a genuine play in this, but a little bit of movement, I think, for Pennington here. Again, I say lights on, dark clouds overhead. They were 2 of the magic ingredients, the other one being that fine work of the bowlers yesterday. And Pennington in once more over the wicket to Barnard, and he just carves that one in front of the fielder at gully. That's 4 runs. The gap was there. He timed it beautifully, played it all the way along the ground. So that releases a bit of pressure. Barnard moves on to 23. Warwickshire 78 for 3.
Another high-scoring match in the IPL today. What is going on in the IPL?
Oh.
Gujarat Titans 200 for 3. The Royal Challengers Bengaluru got them in 16 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. Will Jacks 100 not out. off 41 balls, 10 sixes.
It's crazy this season of the IPL.
Yeah.
Absolutely bonkers.
I wonder where the boundary ropes were, but still.
Here is Pennington over the wicket. He goes and pushed out towards mid-off. Extra cover. No run again. Yeah, their scores at every morning. I wake up and check the scores, and it's another 200's just become ordinary.
Yeah.
Whereas it used to be spectacular. I don't know, but they seem to be loving it. For me, it's, good cricket's always about that balance.
Yeah.
When the bowlers are in it, the batters are in it. Now Pennington bowls again to Barnard, takes a little step and then lets that one go and then feigns as if to cut the ball. But it's the end of the over from Pennington, and Mosley on 28, Barnard on 23, 78 for 3.
They've had that discussion really at Trent Bridge over the years, where they've brought the boundary ropes in quite a bit, and we've had some, great high-scoring games. But as you say, some people feel they just need a little bit more balance, perhaps.
Well, it's great to have high-scoring games. It's great to have low-scoring thrillers. It's just nice when there's a mix, I think.
Yeah.
And gosh, I remember that match at Trent Bridge in 2015, the start of the Owen Morgan white ball revolution, that ODI at Trent Bridge, where it was tremendously high-scoring. In comes... Oh, sorry, 2 or over.
Oh, so it is. I forgot myself. So you could have carried on. Anyway, that's played to mid-on. There's no run. Patterson's the bowler.
But wasn't it Liam Plunkett
Yes,
hit
that's
the
right.
winning
Yeah,
runs
yeah.
that series against New Zealand? He
Yeah.
hit the winning runs off the final ball. And I remember all the journalists that day. No one knew was it going to be a tie, who was going to win it. They had like 4 intros, I think, written. Not knowing what was going on. Gee, that was something.
Patterson comes in to bowl round the wicket, and that's played into the ground too, and there's no run. That used to be very entertaining, being in press boxes, seeing newspaper journalists fuming because the match changes, the day's cricket changes spectacularly in the last half hour, and they've already written their piece and they have to rip it up and completely rewrite it. So always entertaining, that. 78 for 3 here then, Warwickshire, so slow progress thus far, and they're just going to be careful watching. They should back themselves to make it 4 draws out of 4, but they've got to be a little bit wary. Patterson round the wicket, bowls, Mosley leans back, plays that to mid-off, and it's cut off, there's no run.
Yeah, you sort of just wonder where it ends, where we end up with the scores, the way that they've gone this season there. We see a similar kind of pattern happening in other T20 tournaments around the world, or in the 100. Obviously, conditions will play a part in different countries as well.
Patterson bowls it short. Mosley's pulled it. It's in the air, but it will bounce short of the fielder out there, and he gets a run. Not sure he was fully in control of that. He's having a suspicious look at his bat there, Dan Mosley. And he got away with it, gets the single, and it's 79 for 3.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was maybe on it quickly enough to get all of that one. But the main thing, as far as he and Warwickshire are concerned, was that it did bounce, fortunately for him, for each the fielder.
Now enjoying tea now at Kidderminster. Gowthrodge 109 not out. Worcestershire 312 for 5, lead Somerset by 3. Patterson's in. That's left slightly belatedly by Barnard. He thought of slashing at it, but thought better of it in the end. They're also at tea now at Bristol, and Middlesex 66 for 2 are still 53 behind Gloucestershire's first innings total.
The extra slip in for Barnard, so he's had 2 for Mosley. Now a third one comes in for Barnard, as well as that backward point on a cover point. They're mid-off, so they're protecting that side. Feeling he might be vulnerable.
And he does edge that one, albeit along the ground, just past a despairing dive of third slip, and it's gone down to the boundary for 4.
Well, that's why he's there.
Yeah.
That's why they brought him in there. And unfortunately, from Nottinghamshire's point of view, it's just past him, leaking the runs. But when that happens, you know that there's method involved here, and there's been some thought put into it.
Pick it up at the time, but they have gone past the 50 partnership. They needed 5 more runs this morning to do that, so they have now added 57 for this 4th wicket. Basically 2 partnerships of note in the Nottinghamshire innings, and not much else for the rest.
Now, with Pennington bowling to the left-handed Mosley, they do have 3 slips in for him now. We've got one patrolling quite close at point. In comes Pennington around the wicket. And that fielder at point is, just manages to get a hand to that one to prevent the run.
So Duckett and Slater put on 146 for the 2nd wicket in the Notts innings, and then Duckett put on 151 with Jack Haynes for the 5th. So that's 397. So the rest between them managed 103, the other 8 partnerships.
Yeah, it was an absolutely brilliant innings. He made everything just look so easy. Pennington around the wicket again to Mosley. That's just punched out into the covers. Seeb Hamid runs around, manages to keep it just to 1, so 84 for 3. A few spectators out there perhaps have come in early. There weren't as many people there for lunch. No queue today.
No, that's the one bonus about lots of rain being around. And you get bigger portions as well, because they don't have to save it. They know they're not going to get rid of it all, so it felt a bit Christmassy today. We had turkey.
Yeah, I went for the fish. I caved.
I did that on Friday.
Good.
It is. They do good fish and chips here.
Here is Pennington, and Barnard again leaves that one outside the off stump.
But it's a good day for you to go for it, because that's the thing that normally produces the cues, the fish and chips.
Yeah, see,
And there's people here.
there's method to my madness.
Umpires just having a look at Pennington's follow through here. Not sure whether he said anything to the bowler or not. He's had a good hard look at it.
He has. He's just walked back and assumed the position. As Pennington turns to the top of his mark, runs in with the orange soles flapping. This one's just pushed out into the covers by Barnard and won't take a run.
This morning about 10:30, when there were big huge puddles in the outfield, I burst into the room next door where Kevin works. And I said, have they done the decent thing and called it off yet? And then discovered that the umpire Kettleborough was in the room. Oh, you want us to call it off, do you?
Oops. This has had a bit of a rotating series of guests in there today. Barnard waits as Pennington's in again, and he just allows that one to go through to the keeper again.
And clearly they were right not to call it off.
Well,
because here we are. Don't mind waiting if we get play. The days that are really a bit, well, not tough, but a bit frustrating. There were days when you hang around all day and never actually get on anyway. But they managed to get on. We should, all being well, get 40 overs, and if the light holds, that's the slight if.
Yeah, that is a question. It was actually bright sunshine not so long ago. At the moment, the cloud's very high. Quite a few dark ones hovering about. Pennington is in, and that is straight back to the bowler, driven hard. Pennington stops it as he takes a little tumble. That prevents the run, and it's the end of the over. 84 for 3. Mosley now on 30, Barnard on 27.
So fairly serene progress thus far by Warwickshire, but no great alarms. That's partnership. They haven't. I mean, although Moses hit a couple of half centuries, they've been slightly overshadowed by the top 3 batters making such ridiculous runs. I mentioned it before, but it is objectively funny, even if he doesn't find it so, that Ed Barnard scored 1 out of 698 for 3. But by and large, they haven't had so many opportunities, but now they actually have a very important role to play as Patterson comes around the wicket and raps in the pass, and he's out. Mosley goes LBW, doesn't look too happy about it, but batters usually aren't. Might feel he hit him a bit high, but umpire's finger went up very quickly, and he has to go, and it's 84 for 4.
Yeah, it was just playing across the line. I mentioned that shot he likes to play through mid-wicket. And he might have been trying to play that kind of shot. But in the end, Patterson has the last laugh. 2nd wicket for Patterson. As Mosley trudges off, still looking very unhappy. Feel that he weathered a real storm yesterday. Not a literal one, but certainly very, very difficult conditions. So I'll be disappointed that after all that hard work, he's departed. As we see Bethell coming to the crease now. What we have found in this game is wickets have been falling in clumps. Real danger for the incoming batters early in their innings, so just hold on to your hats.
Yeah, Bethell. Still a relatively young man, seems to be around for a while. Hindered last season by a back injury, still batted and fielded. We were quite alarmed by some of his fielding, given that he had a fracture in his back. He was hurling himself all over the place, but been taking spectacular catches. Stopped in bowling. He has been bowling this season. 3 slips in place for Patterson. Bethell taps the ground a couple of times. A solid defence to the first delivery. It's applauded at the opposite end by Ed Barnard. 84 for 4.
Yeah, that's well, that's the first one negotiated, but Patterson has been so good when these conditions have been favourable. They're going to need a lot more of that solid defence from Bethell.
Yeah, Patterson from the Birmingham end bowls, and again very solid defence by Bethell. I suppose and we're a long way from it, but if Notts do bowl Warwickshire out for 250 or less, they'll have a decision to make as to whether they try and win the game by bowling them out a second time immediately, or whether they go into bat for a while, try and hit a few quick runs, and get Warwickshire in the final 2 sessions tomorrow. But we're some way from them having to make that decision yet. We still have 33 overs to go today, all being well after this over. That's a 4 defensive by Bethell, and there's no run.
I do like the fact that Bethell is holding the pose. It's not the hold the drive pose, it's the hold the defence pose. Shall not pass.
Just looking at the replay, it looked like I might have hit Mosley in the back pad. I mean, clearly, I think he probably thought it was too high, but he wasn't far forward. And so clearly the umpire felt that was going to be clipping the stumps. And out he went. Did play rather across it as well. Did Mosley, as Patterson comes into bowl now, and then again as well defended by Bethell. I must say the umpire was in no doubt at all. Finger went up almost before the ball had reached the pads. But, there we are. Anyway, breakthrough for Patterson.
The sun is actually just starting to come out now, seeing natural shadows, not those of the lights. So that is good news as far as getting some play in. Might it be good news for the batters as well?
Patterson into bowl, Oh, well, he's gone for the forward defensive. Patterson's appealing for an LBW. I thought from here it might have got an inside edge onto the pads, but it certainly wasn't as convincing. Well, it looks like it's actually hit the back pad, but I think it's hit the bat first. No, sorry, you stay there. Dave's going to replace me. So Mel will be joined by Dave Bracegirdle.
So Patterson continues to be a real threat. Bethell has defended strongly in his first few deliveries, with just that nervous little moment, the last ball of the over. Pennington it is, who's going to continue. He bowled what seemed to be a really long spell. I think it was 10 overs, but they were truncated by breaks in play. He's in now over the wicket to Barnard, who's not interested in playing that one at all. And very good afternoon to you, Dave Bracegirdle.
Hey ho, Mom. How are you?
Mom? Goodness gracious, I don't get called Mom very often. Makes me sound far posher than I am.
Lady Melinda.
I don't get called that very often either.
It's been a bit of a wait, hasn't it, today for us all, but we've got some cricket now. The 25 or 30 people we can see inside the ground, hopefully they're enjoying it.
Indeed, as Pennington is in over the wicket again, just left by Barnard, who does... Oh, no, it's gone past the slips. They're going to actually take a single, and that's a bye in the end, so just a little misfield.
Actually, there's probably a few more than that, isn't there, when you start peering, and I think there's quite a few people on a lot of the stairwells. Maybe they've just heard that the cricket's on and made their way in. Of course, there's a lot of people we can't see. This is the most popular viewing platform in the ground, isn't it? This enormous south stand here at Edgbaston, so there'll be a lot of people down on the lower 2 decks down below us that we can't see, but those we can see, a lot of them have had a long old wait for some cricket, so let's hope they're rewarded.
Bethell on strike now as Pennington's in around the wicket. Again he presses forward and the ball comes off the inside part of the bat, down towards wide mid on. No run again. Just
the 3 matches where there's any play at the moment. Kidderminster, Worcestershire. In fact, I'll just update that. No, they are at tea. 312 for 5, 97 for Jake Libby there, century for Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire 312 for 5. They've just forged a lead of 3 over Somerset. 3
slips and a gully for Bethell as he leaves this one. It was well outside the off stump, so an easy decision for him to make.
At Bristol, Middlesex 66 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Gloucestershire by 53. In fact, they're playing at the Oval now. That's just gone live. Hampshire 31 for 2 in their second innings, trailing Surrey by 177. It did seem as if it was going to be a total whitewash right across the country, and certainly this morning when the old curtains were opened, I thought, oh crikey, looked at 1 or 2 scurrying with their umbrellas down below on the pavement, rain pouring down.
Pennington bowls to Bethell. It's a full ball, but he's jamming the bat down on that one, and it just rolls out into the offside. No run again. Did you enjoy your evening in Birmingham, Dave? Big Saturday night. You're out on Broad Street, were you? Having a big one?
No, myself and Roger, the not scorer, sat and put the world to right over a glass of fruit juice each. Put the worlds to rights.
That sounds very civilised. Pennington runs past the pile of sawdust, the top of his mark, and he's in. Bowls that one again, a fuller delivery angled in, but Bethell keeps that one out to the offside. No run again. So that is the end of another good over, probing over from Pennington. Just the bye that they ran. It's 85 for 4. Bethell yet to get off the mark. Barnard is on 27, and you would imagine he really has to take on that role now of anchoring and staying put. Just with those 4 wickets having fallen, Warwickshire in a bit of a sticky situation.
It's a good call from the skipper to go with Dane Patterson. He's got the 1 wicket to fall. Going to bowl now from the City end here at Birmingham. The right-handed Ed Barnard on strike on 27. 3 slips go down as this delivery from Patterson's just run down to backward point to Jack Haynes, and there's no run. See lots of cranes obviously in the distance marking the city skyline. They're all redundant and quiet on a Sunday afternoon, of course. I would imagine tomorrow there's rather more activity there, but certainly a business to be in, isn't it? The old cranes. There's lots and lots of building work going on, as there always seems to be whenever we come here. 85 for 4, the Bears. Dane Patterson in, passed on by Pollard, bowls, and again it's steered to Haynes at backward point, and there's no run.
Yes, when I think of all the improvements that have been made in the time that I've been here, it's changed a lot. It's quite exciting now because there's a metro line that goes out to near where I live, to Edgbaston village.
A tram.
Yeah, it's a tram. So well, yeah, whatever it is, a thing that goes somewhere.
We all know what you mean. This is pushed into the offside. There's no run. As I've mentioned a few times to Nottinghamshire listeners, only been to Australia once back in the Christmas and New Year 2014, 2015, and there was the old Melbourne trams, streetcars or whatever. You can go all around the city on those. Went out as far as the zoo. What's the beach? Is it Brighton Beach?
Yes, Brighton Beach, St Kilda Beach.
That's it, went down there as well.
Yeah, it's lovely down there.
85 for 4. Patterson in again, and just wondered for a second if that had just flicked the outside of the bat, because Ed Barnard's first reaction was just to jerk his head round and look at former teammate Joe Clark. That's very often a telltale sign, isn't it? But nobody went up. Cleanly into the gloves of Clark. Lovely to hear Kevin Howell's chat. Well, his chats this morning. A little bit of time to fill before the cricket started with Richard Kettleborough, the umpire, came up, just talked a little bit about his career, how he went from being a first-class player into the world of international cricket umpiring. That was an interesting listen as Barnard pushes the next one into the offside, and then Peter Moores and Mark Robinson, the two respective head coaches of these two sides, came and had a chat. It's interesting to hear Peter Moores talking about Joe Clark and his game development over the last couple of years. The same with Ben Duckett, and I can't remember who his other guest was.
No one important. Definitely the least impressive of that quartet.
85 for 4. Barnard on 27. Dane Patterson in to bowl, and it's defended. I was going to call, was it PIE, FIE? What are you talking about? Financial investment?
Oh, private equity.
Private investment equity, that was it. Was that pie?
I thought you were talking about maths for a moment. And
well, I might as well be. I'm only a simple boy from the sticks. 85 for 4. Bowling change.
Yes.
No lessening in pace, because Ollie Stone is going to come on to replace Pennington. 13 overs, 2 for 28 for Pennington, as his figures just disappear off the board. Yesterday Ollie Stone 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22. If you remember, his first 2 balls went for boundaries, but
yes,
from then on he was bang on it, wasn't he?
Well, that's right. First two balls dispatched to the boundary, and then, so if you think of that, it's given up 22 runs, so 14 runs have come off the following 6 overs. So that gives you an idea of how well he was bowling, as 3 slips and a gully in for Bethell, as Stone runs in around the wicket. He's on top of that one, just pushes it out towards point.
Grew up in Barbados, learned his cricket in Barbados. Jacob Bethell, a product of the Franklin Stevenson Cricket Academy, the former Notts all-rounder, the last man to do the domestic double, and he'll have that title, I think, forever. The last one to score 1,000 runs and take 100 wickets in a county championship season. Nobody will ever do that, because the just don't play enough matches nowadays.
He waits Bethell, Stone, the angled run, it's in, and tried to just work that on towards backward point, but in the end it's just dribbled off the bat.
Any warmer today?
Yeah, it's not as
You, I
bad.
mean, you've been
Yeah,
putting
no,
the
that's what I
layers
mean.
on, the
I
heater's
know.
on again.
Yeah, the heater's on. And I do love the fact that, you know, you're all mocking me on day one, and then you...
It was cold yesterday. Really was cold yesterday. Not sure what the hold-up is here. We've got a whole lot of nothing happening at the moment. Might just be...
Well, Bethell was signalling for something. You wanted to bring something out. Maybe
Is
he's
it a
not happy with
wardrobe
his
malfunction?
Bat. No, I'm not sure if... Yeah, he's getting a bat run out to him. He's not happy with the bat that he's got for some reason.
That'll raise Ollie Stone's spirits, won't it?
Yeah.
The speed he's bowling at. He's smashed Jacob Bethell's bat just second ball in.
It's a little fist bump between Bethell and Barnard as they come back. I've never been to Barbados, talking about Bethell growing up there, but I am going in June.
Well, yesterday you were telling us all about all the hundreds of test match grounds you've been to all throughout the world, and you said I've been to very few, but you said you'd never been to Sri Lanka and you've never been to Barbados, and that's two I can tick off. So
It's not a
I've been to
competition,
both.
Dave.
Well, it's not. No,
It's not a competition.
No, it's all about life experiences.
Here comes Stone around the wicket to Bethell with his new bat, and he just defends that one, ball rolls back down the pitch.
Go and see my friend Franklin at his cricket academy, and he'll make you very, very welcome. And he'll pour you a drink. He'll invite you to sing karaoke with him. He'll put the barbecue on, and you'll be able to watch some really talented young Barbadian youngsters learning their craft under his tutelage. And he'll even take you for a round of golf as well. So it's all part of the package.
Okay, I'll skip the golf, but the rest sounds perfect. Here's Stone, and Bethell just large stride forward with that defensive shot again.
Well, the golf, I would suggest you make sure it is part of the itinerary, because almost certainly you would go with Cigarfield Sobers, and if that isn't a man to tap into all his knowledge and just spend a few hours in his presence, I don't know what is.
Maybe it could be his caddy.
Yes, yes.
I've never actually swung a golf club.
No,
So
no.
here comes Stone to Bethell. Just defends that one out to the captain, Haseeb Hamid, fielding it at mid-off.
I'm pretty much with you in that, and I have caddied for Franklin. He comes over every August and plays in a few competitions over here. He used to be, of course, still is a scratch golfer, but he used to be a tall professional. Now he's the professional at what do they call it, the Green Monkey course in Barbados.
Bethell waits as Stone is in. It's a shorter ball that he just turns into mid-wicket. There's a shy at the stumps, but they were safely through. So Bethell just wanting to get off the mark. He does so with a little bit of a tight single, but gets rid of the 0, and it's the end of Stone's over. That one run coming from an 86 for 4. Bethell now on 1. It's taken him 15 balls to get off the mark. Barnard on 27. Yeah, I did actually used to report for the golf show on Fox Sports in Australia, presented by Brett Ogle, of course, former very well-known golfer around the traps. So I used to watch a lot of it, an awful lot of it.
It'll be Dane Patterson listening to live Division 1 County Championship cricket from Edgbaston. Warwickshire versus Notts. Patterson to bowl to Jacob Bethell, who is 1 not out. Drops this on the leg side. 1 wicket's gone down since we started at 4 o'clock, and that was Dan Mosley, LBW, to Dane Patterson for 30.
I do love the way, I swear, they must rehearse the keeper and the 3 slips fielders must rehearse that hands on heads. So they do it in perfect unison, and have done so many times in this game.
I think it's all choreographed, like modern version of the four tops or the stylistics, or somebody has just pushed into the offside. All part of the routine. 4:45 is the local time, so we've been going for about 45 minutes. Tell me, Barbados, did you pull that out first out of the hat or last out of the hat, or did you volunteer to take that? Is that your base for the World Cup and you're travelling everywhere, or are you just staying there?
No, I'm there for the first 9 days. Then I go to...
How many games will that be?
I think it's four games, perhaps. Might be 5, actually.
Dane Patterson passed on by Pollard, bowls, and it's close to Bethell, but he just leaned back and then cut it away nice and fine, probably on a line of gully down to the unprotected third man area for 4. Nice shot from Bethell. He's gone to 5. Warwickshire 90 for 4. Remember, Nottinghamshire made exactly 400, of which 218 came from the bat of Ben Duckett. 90 for 4, the Bears.
The first game is England and Scotland. So very much looking forward to that. England and Australia also play in that little stage. Then I'm going to New York for 4 days, 4 games.
Been there before?
But yeah, New York.
Yeah.
I went to New York on the way over here, actually. And then I'm going to St Lucia for a few days.
Delivery on its way now, and again driven nicely through the offside, this time in front of square. The long legs of Lyndon James chasing, can't quite get there. Another boundary for Jacob Bethell. Nicely played. It was all the way along the ground, knew what he was doing. Textbook stroke. Very quickly gone from 1 to 9, 94 for 4.
Yeah, and when you think 15 balls to get off the mark, and then soon after it's back-to-back boundaries. So he's just taking his time. Yeah, so St Lucia for a few days, then I'm in Antigua for 9 days, and then back to Barbados for the final. So it's a good little tour.
Yeah, it sounds like a tough schedule you've got there, but I'm sure you'll manage to get through it all right. Pace yourself. Next ball is defended. Pretend you're talking to an idiot, if you will. Have you dropped on a shortcut there, coming from Australia to here via New York? What is the? Is it Australia to Dubai or Abu Dhabi and then here, or is it or is it Australia to LA to New York and then here? What's the shortcut? That's
definitely not the shortcut. No, it's in New York commentating on a hybrid between cricket and baseball.
94 for 4. Patterson round the wicket again on the pads, and it's helped away. And this will be, it's not cut off by Pennington down at long leg. So 3 boundaries in quick succession for Jacob Bethell. Dane Patterson throws his head back, looking up at the sky. Bowled a lovely delivery to get rid of Dan Mosley, but in that over the batters held sway, and if ever there was a telltale sign at the end of the over, he's probably had the nod already from Asiba Mead, but Lyndon James almost rubbing it in because he started loosening up initially in the eye line of Dane Patterson, who then takes his sweater and makes his way out into the deep. Feel a little bit for Patterson because he was picked off nicely there by Bethell, who's gone to 13, 98 for 4.
There is a great example of absorbing pressure by Bethell and choosing a moment to strike back. It's very, very patient. And it's now Barnard on strike. Ollie Stone is in over the wicket to the left-hander. That has just played straight back to Stone. Yeah, so I was there commentating on it's like a mash-up between cricket and baseball, played in a warehouse in New Jersey. So I spent 4 days in a warehouse in New Jersey, commentating on a sport that I knew very little about, but it was very interesting. It was actually a lot of fun, crazy fun. Be on YouTube in May as Ollie Stone runs in. That's just carefully prodded into the offside by Barnard. Very watchful.
So how did that work then in 140 characters or less? There were some cricketers trying to play baseball and some baseballers trying to play cricket.
No, it's a hybrid game. So they did run between the wickets and they had overs, but they basically threw the ball rather than bowled it. But yeah, it's by John Boy. People might know if they're on social media. Here comes Stone. That's just steered down into the gully by Barnard. Yes, he's very well known on social media for his breakdowns, and they have these things called the warehouse games.
He's known for his breakdowns.
Breakdowns of various sporting passages and plays, and he loves cricket, and he does quite a lot of breakdowns of incidents in cricket.
What's the name?
John Boy.
John Boy?
Jomboy.
Is it
Jimmy
John Boy?
O'Brien is his
Oh,
name.
right.
He's got massive following.
Has he?
Yeah, and just loves cricket. An American who loves cricket talks to an American audience. Here's Stone. It's driven, but Stone gets a hand to it as it rolls past. He uses a lot of baseball terms when he's talking about cricket, but it's great because it's a completely new audience, and it's kind of refreshing hearing someone talk about it who hasn't necessarily been brought up with it, although he did live in Australia for a little while when he was a kid. But he loves it so much that he wanted to incorporate it into the warehouse games. It's a lot of fun. Here's Stone, and that's a big swish as the ball moved away from Barnard. There was a strangled shout there. He didn't get anything on it. He replays the shot a couple of times. It was tempting. There was some width there. But Stone won't mind seeing that.
I fancy it was quick as well. It'd be nice to have a speed gun on him, wouldn't it?
I always think that all the time. Matches where I'm at where there's no speed gun, I get very, very curious. Stone turns at the top of his mark at the pile of sawdust. He's in over the wicket, and again that ball moving away. It was Fuller this time and left alone by Barnard. End of the over. So 98 for 4 now. Bethell on 13, Barnard on 27.
The man out is Dan. I know over the 2 and a bit days I've tried to get to the bottom of the pronunciation of the one you call Danger Mouse. Dan Mosley. And Edward Cree's been in touch. Dave, surely the answer to how it should be pronounced is muesli, especially when the ground's been soaking overnight. Very good, Edward. Thank you very much for that.
I'll tell you how I know that he pronounces it Mosley, and that's when I was coming up to the game. I had heard a few different ones, including muesli, and so we follow each other on Instagram, and I just sent him a message and said, apologies for the random direct message, but how do you say your last name, please? Is it like a mouse, or is it like the suburb? And he did say like the suburb. So always good to get confirmation. I do know of times when teams and coaches have been saying the player's name incorrectly.
Lyndon James is into the attack, bowls, and his first ball is punched away by Bethell, who started quite brightly here. Cut this down to long leg, maybe a couple of runs. That'll bring the 100 up, so a nice touch of uniformity about the scores at the moment. Nottinghamshire 400, Warwickshire 100. Even I can
how many is that
do
behind?
well. Even I can do that one. T says the Mosley dismissal. I think the umpire triggered him fairly quickly, but not as quick as I did with a shout of "That's out!" Thank you, T, one of our regulars. As the next ball is left alone by Jacob Bethell. At Brace Cricket on the old Twittery thing, at Melinda Farrell, if you want to get in touch with Mel. Melinda, not Belinda.
Oh, definitely. I've been called all sorts. I've been called
Melanie,
Melissa, Belinda, late for dinner, all of the above.
Bethel's on 15. Faces Lyndon James now, who pushes this back to him, and there's no run. Ed Barnard 27, made a note somewhere what he was. Oh, he was on 18 when we started today, so he has pushed on a little bit. Thought he'd been by and large kept away from the strike, but he's been on strike long enough to add 9 to his overnight score.
It has a bit more of a feel of survival.
Next ball is blocked. You mentioned Barbados, 28th of April 2007, so 17 years ago in Barbados, Australia won the World Cup. That's the one that it all ended in a little bit of a damp squib, or rather a dark damp squib, because it ended due to bad light, didn't it? Can you remember 2007 World Cup? I think David Hussey was in the he was in the Nottinghamshire side. Was that the one he was in the Australia side? Might have been before. This one's turned away on the leg side, but that's when Australia won the World Cup. 101 for 4, another single. 28th of April 1942. So that is what, 58 and 24. 82. Mike Brealey's birthday today. Former England Test captain, of course, 1981. Botham's ashes and all that. You remember how Mike Brealey skippered England against the old enemy. Happy birthday to Mike Brealey, if you're listening. Former England head coach Andy Flower, he's also celebrating his birthday today. He was born on the 28th of April 1968. The only other one I've got cricket related, Alf Valentine, former West Indian spinner. He was born on this day in 1930 as James into Barnard works it away on the leg side for a single. 102 for 4 at the end of the over. Valentine and Constantine, no, Sonny Ramadin, wasn't it? Ramadin and Valentine, those two little friends of mine, all the famous calypsos. 102 for 4.
So it's not an international day of anything today. We started day one here. It was International Hug an Aussie Day. You informed me, and then you didn't even give me a hug. So I failed on that. Very disappointing. The plane is very loud over
It is, isn't it? It is.
Directly over us. We can't see it.
You can certainly hear it.
You certainly can.
I'm sure it'll pass us by. If not, we'll just sign. In fact, we will. We'll just turn down the effects microphone just a little bit. There we are, till it's gone. Here's Ollie Stone. Here's Mel.
Here is Ollie Stone to Barnard. Bouncer, short, pulled, 4. Wow. That was aggression from Stone, but met with equal aggression by Barnard. He just met that one perfectly. I'm sure Ollie Stone won't like that. Let's see what he comes back with here. He put that a long way in front of square as well. Shows you how quickly he got onto it. Stone is in. This time it's a fuller ball, just defended. So good response from Stone.
Today, my dear, is National Superhero Day. Don your cape. Who's your favourite superhero?
Oh, that's. I'm gonna have to think about that.
National Superhero Day.
Wow. So happy day to all you superheroes out there listening. Good on you, Thor. Well done, Wonder Woman. Big up to you. Here's Stone. Full ball again. Just pushed out to Hasiba Mead, who's doing a fair bit of work there, running him from mid-off.
It is a day to honour those who serve and protect whilst fighting evil.
Ah, that's you, isn't it?
Have you ever heard such nonsense? Cape Crusaders, masked vigilantes, mutants, guardians and immortal gods all celebrate 28th of April, National Superhero Day.
There you go. Stone, he's in, and that one's steered. I tried to steer it down to deep third, but it only got as far as third slip.
I've met Batman.
Have you?
Yeah. The real Batman, the first Batman. Adam West. Bruce Wayne, yeah.
Right,
The late
wow.
Adam West. Yes.
Oh, that's impressive.
I was dragged out to the audience at a television show. It probably won't mean anything to you. The Danny Baker television show. So he could recreate how he used to climb up buildings in Gotham City. I had to hold the rope.
Stone into Barnard. He's just managed to drive that one out, and Nasib Hamid doing a lot of work again, this time running backwards towards the deep cover boundary. They will scamper through. It's taken the score to 108 for 4. Barnard still on strike.
I've also won awards for playing Batman in fancy dress.
He's just, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls,
pop-
Dave
I'll-
Bracegirdle has just brought up a photo on his laptop.
That's
Is
me-
that you?
That's me and my brother. A million years ago. I'll just flick this on the old at-brace cricket.
Stone, bouncer again, and the swivel pull. It just goes down to fine leg, though. Get a single, 109 for 4 then. The over starting and finishing with the pull shot. First one went for 4. So Bethell on 16. Barnard has moved to 35 and retains the strike. Yeah, it was a beautiful photo of you in a Batman suit and holding your tiny little brother's hand, who is in his Robin suit.
That's right. I'll find it in a second and pop it on the old Twittery thing.
Well, I'm going to go and make way for Clive, and I might have another look at that photo.
There you go. More from Belinda a little later on. 109 for 4 here at Edgbaston as Lyndon James from the city end comes in and bowls on the pads of Ed Barnard, just deflects it away for a single. Now the arm is being held out by, it is a no ball. Sometimes just have to second guess the signals from the umpires, but the arm was being held out long enough until he got the signal from the scorers. So a no ball by Lyndon James, 112 for 4. Its delivery on its way now, goes through to the keeper.
I'm trying to collate the idea of beautiful image and new dress as Batman. I'm trying to put those two
There we are. We've just
concepts together.
We've just popped it up there.
The little man looks all right.
That was my brother Robin. Well, my brother Ian as Robin won the village fancy dress there. Costumes made by my mother. But at Brace Cricket, if you want to see that picture, I know it's not great radio or for those of you following on the live stream, but it's National Superhero Day, Clive.
Oh, is it?
That's
not Hugging Aussie Day today.
Not Hugging Aussie Day today. National Superhero Day. Lyndon James bowls. This is worked on the leg side by Jake Bethell, who's looked in good touch actually. I see Hamid does the fielding. Are you into all that, national superheroes, or you superheroes?
Not really. No, my son's quite into the sort of Marvel type things.
No,
So.
I think I watched perhaps over the years 1 or 2 of the Spider-Mans or Supermans, but yeah, I grew up sort of with the Batman when that was on every week with Adam West and Burt Ward as Robin, but no, not really. Lyndon James bowls, next one just jacks back into the left-handed Bethell, who asks permission, then reaches down, went to pick it up, and maybe he was told no, leave it, because Joe Clark skipped up from his position behind the stumps and picked the ball up in the end. 112 for 4. Warwickshire 288 behind. Be all about bonus points at the moment, but of course,
Well,
if Notts can knock over 2 or 3, then they might just suddenly think, hang on, we could really go on and try and force something here. But for Warwickshire, it'll be just bat sensibly, try and get up to bonus points, see where they can get. So the next one's pushed back to Lyndon James.
it's been a bit of a battle for Warwickshire so far. I was saying earlier, if Notts, it'd be interesting decision. I say they did say bowl Warwickshire out today, and even if they did get them to less than 250, do they enforce a follow-on and try and bowl them out a second time, or do they have a quick dart with the bat and try and get a couple of sessions at them potentially tomorrow?
Andy Easom is one of those that clearly has got an aeroplane app, as James bowls again, and Bethell with a textbook forward defensive block pushes it into the offside. It says, Dave, that noisy aeroplane that's just flown over was a Ryanair 737 from Birmingham to Marrakesh. Thanks for that, Andy. You'd get on very well with our good chum Martin Emerson, because he he does all that when he's
Marrakesh,
commentating
eh?
with him. He loves all Marrakesh.
It's a bit
There was an
warmer
express there,
It's a
wasn't
bit
there?
warmer there, yeah, probably, yeah.
Was that a little coffee joint, the Marrakesh Express? Sunshine. Floodlights are on, but we've got sunshine. James leaves behind a pile of sawdust. Bowls to Bethell, who works it to short mid-wicket. Fielded by the Notts skipper, Asib Hamid. And it's the end of the over. 112 for 4 when play began an hour or so ago. Warwickshire was 71 for 3. So, well, they've added 41 for the loss of Dan Mosley. LBW ball Patterson for 30.
41 in 15 overs, so by modern day standards that's quite hard work. I'd say they've had lots of alarms, but they've lost the one wicket and it just feels a bit like a battle for them out there at the moment.
Yeah, Notts giving it everything from this end with the pace. Pennington and now Stone desperate to get another couple of wickets if they can. Michael Burgess, a very, very fine player, of course, and then Danny Briggs, the 2 Pakistan internationals, and Oliver Hannon Dolby to come after that.
Well, they haven't really had a chance, most of those players, to shine so far because the top order made so many runs. Ollie Stone to bowl, and that's just panted around his pad onto the leg side by Barnard for no run. And the bonkers IPL's continuing now. Chennai Super Kings 212 for 3, which probably won't be enough the way this year's competition has been going. Will Jack making a century in the earlier match off about 3 balls, well 41 to be honest, precise. Nice scoring game there. On at the Oval, Hampshire 57 for 3, still 151 behind. Sonny will fancy the chances of forcing a victory there, with Essex being held up by the weather against Stone. That'll be valuable. That one's played back to Stone. There's no run.
Notts don't go to the Oval this year, so that's one good hiding to to be thankful that that won't be coming Nottinghamshire as well. Of course, last year they performed very well at the Oval. Players dropping out left, right and centre, both before the match and indeed during the match. Asib Hamid had to skip the side. 3 quicks went down during the game.
Stone in. That's come off a bit of an inside edge from Bethell down to fine leg. Gets a run for it. Sorry, Barnard, I should say.
But there's a great deal of good fortune, I think, over which side you do play twice and those that you don't play twice. I think Notts had the benefit of not playing Surrey twice last year, but also they missed out because they only played Northants once. Gave them a good old hiding in 2 days at Wantage Road, but didn't get to play them at Trembridge in the second match. Ultimately, I guess it's not going to affect your season totally, but it can make the difference between a place or not, can't it?
Well, it can. It's not ideal. On the other hand,
No,
it has always been thus, or has been thus most of the time. So, I remember county cricket that you play some teams twice and some teams once. That's playing the offside. There's no run. So we only had 2 divisions of 9, and you played 16 games, and you played everyone twice. But you know, when I first started, we used to play all 17 or 18 counties in the same league. They played 22 matches and what have you, so excuse me. I suppose it just goes down to luck of the draw, and then of course you could play 2 teams twice, but one match could be completely rained off. So in comes Stone round the wicket to bowl. That's left by Bethell. There is no run. So these 2 again trying to just establish things. Warwickshire losing the first 3 wickets pretty cheaply, and there was a bit of a partnership between Mosley and Barnard, but that was split up earlier today. They put on 68, these 2 so far. It's just a 29, so it's been a bit of a battle for them. Stone round the wicket. Bowles always got that one through, Bethell, but he just got a bit of bat on that and then hit him in the midriff. Made him look very uncomfortable. Stone turned to the umpire but didn't really appeal. It was more a shout of anguish. The inside edge saving Jacob Bethell there, 113 for 4.
Yes, I think he's very grateful there was a bit of bat involved there. Otherwise, he might have been A, in severe pain, and B, in danger of what the umpire might adjudicate against him. 113 for 4. Stone's looked fit and well, which is one of the real bonuses from this game so far for Nottinghamshire. Obviously, Ben Duckett's innings was an absolute masterclass. 197 not out at the end of the first day, batted throughout the first day. Yesterday morning he quickly got to the 5th double hundred of his career, eventually out for 218. Here's Lyndon James from the city end to the right-handed Barnard. Bowls on his pads and Barnard just runs it out square of the wicket on the leg side to Calvin Harrison, who fizzes a return into the gloves of Clark, and they'll all take up a new position now for the left-handed Bethell, who's pretty good in making his way to 16.
Well, they needed that double 100 knots with 6 batters out for single figures. It was a really crucial innings for them.
James in again. Bethell pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Seemed he sort of forced his way into the Warwickshire side and the Birmingham Bears side, Jacob Bethell, and then he just seemed to disappear off the radar a little bit. And he had a lone spell at Gloucestershire. Was that last season or the season before?
It's a season before. I mean, last season he was he did play a bit, but he had a fracture in his back, so he couldn't bowl.
114 for 4. Next delivery to Bethell, wide of the pegs, goes through to Clark.
He was very young when he first came into the side.
Is he bowling again now?
He is bowling now, yeah. Although I think they've still been a little careful with him.
He wasn't one of the 8 that Alex Davis turned to in the first innings. Might have been had it gone on much longer. Eventually turned to the 8th bowler, Dan Mosley, who came on and got rid of Duckett. I was saying, why have you waited till now, Skip? Next ball, again wide of the off stump and left alone. Seba Mead has got something that he's desperate to pass on. He's run from mid-wicket to come down and chat to some of his trusted allies there, Will Young and Ben Duckett at slip. Just passed on a bit of advice to them, or maybe just picked up on something from Young and Duckett. What's Lyndon James doing with the ball, fellas? Is he getting much movement? 114 for 4. We'll find out from this delivery, which kept a whisker low there. It looked to be an effort ball from Lyndon. Bethell was thinking about playing a shot, and it was through him, scuttled past him and past the base of the off stump and through to Clark.
Yeah, I thought 1 or 2 on the first day kept a little on the low side.
Calvin Harrison's loosening up. He's in the covers at the moment. Does spend an awful lot of time loosening up, to be fair, but may well be that they'll just see if there's anything doing for the leg spinner. This is wide of the pegs, and there's no run. Harrison, who has had at least one memorable moment on this ground in Notts Outlaws colours that evening that Clive won't want reminding of, where the Bears were tumbled for, was it just 62? Calvin Harrison was very much uppermost in that Birmingham collapse. I think he got 4 for 7, 4 for 8 or something like that in next to no time. It's gone from your memory, hasn't it? It was
I'm just trying to look it up. It's Ollie Stone to continue. Right, I'm over 2 slips in place. He plays back to that Bethell, and timed that really well. It's a good shot from Jacob Bethell. That's gone square for 4.
One about Batman, which Mel and I were talking about before Clive rejoined us.
By the way, sorry, my apologies.
Lee says, riddle me this, riddle me that. What's the secret of the big bad bat? He says, referring to Batman. That's what they used to say, wasn't What have you found? Anything? Nothing.
Yet, no. Barnard on to 42.
He has a big century against Notts from his Worcestershire days.
This one he plays a similar sort of area, but this time straight to the fielder at point. And there is no rum. It's 118 for 4 here. Reasonably bright at the moment, no immediate threats. Still got quite a long way to go in the day's play. Stones in. Barnard plays a contained shot, pulls it out onto the leg side. 2 fielders out there for the mistimed hook, so he was cautious with it and takes a single.
Yeah, Harrison doing the stop and then flicking it up for Jack Haynes to throw in front of the Hollies. Good work from the pair of them.
119 for 4. It's 2021. Warwickshire bowled out for 63 here. Oh, the Bears are bowled out for 63 by Nottinghamshire, which is the 4th lowest total in the history of the T20 Blast, and the Bears' lowest total.
Did Harrison get
I don't have
bunch of wickets,
all the details on. I may have it in another page. That one is pushed out to point. On to the offside for a single by Bethell.
It's looked good, Bethell. In fact, they both have this pair. Not trying to put the mockers on them, but they're playing Ollie Stone very nicely indeed. Plenty of pace on the ball from Stone.
Stone polishing the ball. In comes Stone, and that's punched out back a square leg for a single. I've got Jake Ball having taken 4 for 11 in that game. Calvin Harrison took 4 for 17.
All right. Yeah.
So they share the 8 wickets between them.
If I remember rightly, and that I'm not having a pop because we all know how many times Warwickshire have done the number on Notts, especially at Trent Bridge. They've got a terrific record against Notts at Trent Bridge, and I think Sam Haynes averages something stupid like 250, isn't he, in T20 matches against Notts at Trent Bridge. But I think if I remember rightly, there was some humour in it for the Notts fans, because I think that was the season that on the front of the Warwickshire shirts that year were 2 big numbers, number 61, and I think there was a competition on the ground that night to win a prize. You had to say when the Warwickshire side would bring up 61 in their innings whenever they batted, and of course they only just got there, 63 all out. It is going to be Calvin Harrison, 121 for 4, so Warwickshire have added 50 since we started, about an hour and 18 minutes or so ago. 50 for the loss of 1 wicket. 4 wickets have been shared by 2 of the seamers, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Patterson. Now we've got leg spin for the first time, Calvin Harrison. It's 1 slip, Ben Duckett, and in out sort of field, and I say in out, there's nobody there at deep backward point because that's been slammed away. That's the typical leg spinner's half tracker loosener, and it was cut away for 4 magnificently.
Yeah, Barnard on to 48. He's looking good.
Next delivery on its way, and it's defended, and there's no run.
An update, have you? Dave's just leaving us for the time being. 125 for 4. half-century this season, Barnard. Scored 89 against Worcester. He's a forward defensive for no run. Harrison in quicker ball, and Barnard works it onto the offside. That might be his 50, because coming back for two, the batters almost collide, but they make it. So Ed Barnard secures his second half-century of the season. And it's come off exactly 100 balls and has included 8 fours. And is his 29th 50-plus score in first-class cricket. Harrison came in for the next ball, but then stopped. Didn't bowl it, blows into his hands now. Now he does bowl. Barnard plays back, plays it to mid-on. There's no run. One slip in place. Harrison bowls. It's prodded back to the bowler by Barnard. End of the over, 127 for 4. Warwickshire just settling things down somewhat. 21 overs left in the day. Unfortunately, we did lose. Well, what did we lose? We lost today. 56 overs, having lost a fair chunk yesterday as well. So, and he hopes. I mean, we've probably got a pitch, probably got conditions where if we'd had the full 4 days, there'd have been a very good chance we'd have had the first win or loss for Warwickshire this season. But unfortunately, the weather has made that still not impossible, but unlikely, you would think. Elsewhere, Hampshire hanging on at the moment against Surrey, but still struggling as Lyndon James comes into the attack and bowls. That's left by Bethell as no run. Hampshire 70 for 3 in their second innings. They trail by 138, so still plenty of time for Surrey to chase those last 7 wickets. And Worcestershire are building a little bit of a lead at Kidderminster, 349 for 7. They lead Somerset now by 40 runs. Could be an interesting day there tomorrow. This next one is left, there's no run. And in the second division, Middlesex are hanging on at the moment. They're 110 for 3 at Bristol. They're now just 9 runs behind Gloucestershire's first innings total, as Gloucestershire try to force victory there. And those are the only grounds where we've got play, where we've had any play, in fact, today in the English and Welsh County Championship. James round the wicket, bowls it short. It's Paul. Has he caught there, Bethell? No, I'm not sure the bowler really believed it. The slips got very excited. Wicketkeeper dived to his right. He's now standing in that sort of thoughtful pose, as if to say, well, what happened there then? Because he was convinced that it come off Bethell's bat. Interesting to know whether they would have reviewed that if they'd been able to, but they're not. And Bethell survives. It's a false attempt to play a pulled shot. Barnard coming down the pitch, perhaps reminding him he's got 2 fielders out on the boundary for that shot. Anyway, pushes that next one just to backward point for a single. Get to the other end. Bethell on to 19. And Warwickshire, Bethell on to 18. It ticked over quickly. Warwickshire 128 for 4. Here at Edgbaston. The floodlight's still on, probably not needed right now. I'm sure will be. Whether we get the full 20 overs plus this one in between now and close of play is doubtful. We'll see. That's just the 1 wicket so far. Needing a flurry of wickets if they are to have a chance of forcing a win. James, right arm over the wicket, driven nicely by Barnard, through a gap past mid-off, and the chase is forlorn. That's another nicely timed shot by Ed Barnard. Is really beginning to look in good nick out there. He's on to 54. and takes Warwickshire to 132 for 4. Could this match be just about bonus points as long as Warwickshire are batting? Nottinghamshire just managed to get to the 4th batting point, losing their last wicket for 400. Warwickshire did get the full 3 bowling points. James into bowl, going down the leg side. There's a tumbling take behind the stumps. But 1 bowling point so far for Notts. Warwickshire some way away from taking their first batting point. Dan Mosley, the 1 batter out so far today. He was LBW to Dane Patterson. Patterson's 2nd wicket for 30. That was 84 for 4. Calvin Harrison went for 6 in his first over. First ball was a bit of a wide long hop and was smacked for 4. He's going to continue. He's going to be bowling this time to Jacob Bethell, a left-hander who's got a slip and a short leg. Harrison come over the wicket. And he comes to bowl, and that's solidly defended by Bethell. No addition to the score. And he's in again, Harrison. And that's short, and Bethell has hoiked that away for 4. Just dropping it a little bit short there, Harrison, and short legs life flashed before his eyes as the ball flew at a fairly alarming rate past him. 4 runs to Bethell on the 50 partnership between the 2 Bs, Bethell and Barnard, off 86 balls.
Not looked in any trouble, really, have they?
No, it was needed by Warwickshire. A little bit vulnerable, they'd lost Florey wickets, and again it's a bit short this time. Bethell's not got hold of it at all, and it's come off a bottom edge and rolled just past the sawdust behind the stumps for a rather streaky single on 3-7 for 4.
The man who put the harm in pharmacy, there you are, there's a natty title, has been in touch on Twitter. More in a second. In fact, there's going to be a slight delay. He says, Dave, you can always remind people, in the Christopher Nolan movie The Dark Knight Rises, they used Wollerton Hall in Nottingham to represent stately Wayne Manor. Thank you very much for that, pharmacy.
Harrison bowls quicker ball, and Barnard just steers it to the sweeper on the offside for a comfortable single. So move on to 55, 138 for 4.
National Superhero Day, we've discovered. Notts could do with a superhero day here. They've very often been on the wrong end of county championship matches over the years against Warwickshire.
Harrison bowls, and that's just left down the leg side by Bethell.
Chris Wokes, Chris, where's he?
I think he's out in India at the minute, the IPL, though he doesn't seem to be playing. I'm not sure how much of him we'll see. He's solidly defending the offside. There's no run, but you can see if he gets to the England set up for the home test matches. $138 for 4 is the Warwickshire total, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400.
Just past the halfway stage of the allocation. 19 overs to go if we get them all in. Ollie Stone returning to the field. He's just popped off for a quick comfort break. Going to be Lyndon James, who's switched ends to bowl from our end of the ground, the southern end of this famous old stadium. 138 for 4, bowls to Ed Barnard now down the leg side, and there's a neat take by Joe Clark. The fielders on the offside, including the 2 slips, had clearly heard something, maybe just a little snick off the thigh guard, or the top of the pad as it went down the leg side, and there was a lot of animation there, but bowler and keeper knew. Everybody on the leg side knew as well, and more importantly, umpire Kettleborough knew.
Chris Rokes is with the Punjab Kings at the moment, but he hasn't played a game yet. He's one of the problems of these.
Next delivery is sent down by Lyndon James, blocked by Barnard, who remains on 55.
One of these franchise competitions, including the 100, you do get players sometimes who are sitting twiddling their thumbs and not playing, and it makes it difficult. And when they come back to their counties, feeling a bit sorry for themselves and haven't played for a while.
Making a few quid though, I'd imagine.
Yeah. But,
James in again, bowls and defended. Back to the bowler. Could just see then, or just for a second while he was running in, then could see shadows from the floodlights all around him. And once again now they're clearly visible. The umpires don't like that, do they, when they start to see all the floodlight shadows around the players. You know that artificial light is taking over. Next deliverer's worked away on the leg side. Should only be a single. Down to Patterson, 140 for 4. In fact, he beat me to it. It's 139 for 4. Must have put that score up there whilst they were still running.
Very quick, yes. I'm a bit of a pedant, but I don't think they should put it onto the runs completed, because they haven't scored it until it's completed,
no.
However certain it looks.
Going round the wicket, Lyndon James to the left-hander, and again it's deflected fine. That'll go for 4. Just have a check with umpire Kettleborough. Yep, 4 runs to Jacob Bethell. Just deflected it nice and fine. Lyndon James just from round the wicket to the left-hander, just overcompensated, just drifted down the leg side and tickled away. They've had a pretty good day's cricket at Kidderminster in the match between Worcestershire and Somerset. Worcestershire currently 358 for 7, so they've got a lead of 49 over Somerset. Century there today for Gareth Roderick, and 97 for former Nottsman Jacob Libby. Brent Oliveira and Matthew Waite at the crease at the moment in that one. As James in once more, and again leg stump sort of line. Bethell can't get it away. End of the over, 143 for 4 after Warwickshire began this day 3 on 71 for 3, so they've added 72 runs for the loss of Dan Mosley for 30.
We bring Mel back in, give you a little bit of a break, Dave. Same batter out for 97. We've had 1 batter out this season so far for 99. We had 7 last season. 7 batters getting out for 99. Danny Briggs of Warwickshire was one of them. A chap called a promising batter called from Essex called Alistair Cook was another. Welcome back now.
Thank you, Clive.
Some balls to Barnard. He pushes that back down the pitch. There's no run.
This is a good partnership that's been building.
Barnard turns that round as pads for a single.
Which brings Bethell onto strike. Now, I've just been up in the press box getting a cup of tea and having a look from up there and chat to a few people up there. And something very interesting has been pointed out to me, and I now can't unsee it, and it involves Bethell. Left-handed batter out there.
And are you going to reveal this?
No. Well, I'm just aware that Harrison's bowling and there might not be much time.
Harrison's going to come round the wicket to Bethell, who prods it onto the onside, and there's no run.
And his stance, the little wave of his bat beforehand, the way he marks his crease, is reminiscent.
That one he pushes to mid-off, there's no run.
Of a certain Ben Stokes.
Okay. Well, Well, that's not a bad comparison.
No, it's as soon as George said it, I could see it.
That's pushed away onto the onside for a single. It's on to 28.
So of course, that's not putting any pressure or expectation on Bethell, but if you watch now with that in your mind.
Harrison bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside by Barnard for no run. That's George Tabell's come up with that, is it?
Yeah, he just said it when we were up there, and as soon as he said Ben Stokes, I looked and could absolutely see it. Don't know if I would have thought it earlier, but definitely something in his stance, the way he sets himself up, that is certainly reminiscent of Ben Stokes. So now I'm not going to be able to unsee that. I think I'm sure that Bethell himself will be quite happy with the comparison. Certainly, I can't think of a cricketer that I've enjoyed watching so much. First men's test match I covered was his debut, in fact. Bethell is on strike now, and as James is in, he just plays that one out into the covers, no run. Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
I have actually just had a message from George. I thought it was going to be about the comparison, but he's told me it's National Hugger Plumber Day.
He's made that up.
I think it's probably...
I think he's made that
yes.
up. Yeah.
I don't believe much, he says. In comes James and bowls a short ball that Bethell just ducks under calmly and just has a little scratch at his crease.
Although you never know these days.
Well, International Superhero Day.
Yes, so we gather, yeah.
Did Dave show you the picture of him as Batman when he was a little boy? That is a very cute little picture. This is James. He's around the wicket, and this one was tempted flick off the pads from Bethell. It's maybe struck him on the pads. Might have been going down the leg side anyway. Could have even been a little bit of bat in there. There was only a very, very muted appeal. There's quite a bit of blue sky in front of us now, but it is to our left a lot of dark grey. So the light's been holding up. I hope that it'll hold up a bit longer. Here is James at balls off the outside edge of Barnard's bat, but with very soft hands. It's just gone along the ground to second slip. And it's a no ball, actually. I see now the umpire with his arm held out, so he'll have to bowl that one again. Haven't really seen many no balls.
No, I've seen one more, so I was just checking to see whether I'm missing one. I think there's been one more to actually at the other end.
Barnard waits as James is in and defends that back to the bowler.
Warwickshire didn't bowl any, and Notts have bowled two. Lyndon James, I think, has been guilty of both.
First game here of the season. Gosh, the bowlers were having all sorts of problems with their run-ups. It was such a windy day.
He wasn't enjoying it, was he?
No.
Yes.
Oh, but all of them, all pulling out. Very windy day it was. In comes James. This is played off the hip and nicely so down towards fine leg. And in fact, it's so fine that the fielder running around from long leg isn't able to stop the boundary. So brings up the 150 for Warwickshire. 4 wickets down, trailing by 248. I lost 3 early wickets. We're in all sorts of trouble. But this partnership, it was a good partnership between Barnard and Mosley. And now Bethell taking up the mantle with Barnard. Barnard on strike now. Full ball is just defended by him, and that finishes off the over from James.
Yes, I interviewed Ollie Hand, albeit after the first day. Oh dear, you have to be careful while you word questions. He's making his 200th senior appearance first team appearance for Warwickshire. And I just made the point in my question that, when you started, you weren't always in the team in various formats. He said, well, you said I wasn't very good then. No. I'm saying you've matured into a fine cricketer. Anyway.
He was pointing out the very strong bowling attack that they had when he first came in.
When he answered the question seriously, that's all right. Well, it's true, particularly with the red ball. To be honest, you'd have to have 3 or 4 injuries for Ollie to be in the team. Harrison bowls, and that's back to him. There's no run, because they did have a very strong bowling attack then. But now he's first on the team sheet.
Certainly is. There's a short leg that's come in for Bethell.
Who just edges that one, just wide of slip. Just bounced wide of slip, got a hand to it. Bethell's through for 1. False shot, but he did play it down. Slip there, Ben Duckett. 1 run, 153 for 4. Yeah, it's maybe the last 4 or 5 years that Alan Dolby has really established himself as a red ball cricketer, when for a while he was predominantly a white ball player. Harrison bowls, and that's pushed a back of square leg for no run. And in fact, he doesn't get into the T20 side quite so much these days. Barnard plays that to back a square for no run, but to get to 200 first team appearances is quite an achievement from Ollie. And fitness allowing, and he does tend to stay pretty fit, hopefully like quite a few more. Harrison bowls, and that's pushed onto the onside by Barnard for no run.
He was talking about how he stays so fit and how he has for a long time.
Barnard takes a little step and plays it to mid-off, just getting his feet out of the way and driving it to mid-off, where he dashes through for a single. To 62, 154 for 4.
Yeah, he was saying he thinks it's fortunate because he's so lean naturally. He said he can't bulk up. Even if he tries, there's no way. He's fond of a few biscuits, but he finds it hard to put on weight and to put on muscle. But he's a natural runner and he enjoys running, and he puts down his longevity and his fitness to running, sort of middle distance, saying that's a kind of really enjoys going out running 5Ks or so on a regular basis.
A chat here. I don't think it's about the light. Is it the ball? Checking the ball, I think. Yes,
you're
I
right,
got the ball gauge out, and the ball goes straight through it. So hand it back to Knox and say, there you go. No problem with that. Carry on. And the Warwickshire batters have taken the opportunity to have a strategic timeout and have called on drinks.
Yeah, so that feeling that the running really has helped him generally, helped him along the way. Testimonial year, of course, for Oliver Hannon-Dalby. So enjoying the bromance between him and Hassan Ali. Loves leaping into him. I actually was able to check something, though, with Oliver Hannon-Dalby that I have been wondering about for a while. It's going to be Pennington back into the attack from our end. He's in over the wicket, and first ball just chopped straight into the ground by Barnard. No run. Yeah, so listeners who have been listening to these games might remember I have mentioned before that I am the same height as Jason Holder. Remember this? Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, I proved it.
You're not the same height as Jason Holder.
When sitting down.
Yeah.
So, because it's all in his legs. And I actually proved that. I was talking to him and Nathan Smith at Kidderminster. Barnard waits. In comes Pennington. Oh, and he just... he just sort of wafts his bat over that one lightsaber-like as it whistles through. Good paces, Pennington. And so I said to, chatting to them both, I said to Nathan, yes, this is a fun fact. You realise we're the same height. And he looked at me like I was absolutely bonkers. And I said, go on, prove it. We sat down on the step, and he was quite surprised. He said, you are the same height. I said, yes. But I've always wondered about Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Barnard waits, in comes Pennington again. It's a full ball, and it's just pumped out to mid-wicket for no run. And so when he came up for that post-play interview after taking his fiver, I said to him, do you mind if I just sit next to you for a moment, because I want to see if we're the same height sitting down? And I can report that we're not.
No,
he is taller than me.
I can confirm that, because I did witness this.
Yes, so I was able to confirm. So it's not just his legs, it's just stretched out. Here's Pennington, defended with a very straight bat by Barnard. Yes, so he's just more generally elongated, but it's not just his legs, because he and Jason Holder are about the same height.
Well, he's listed as the same height as the Leeds United goalkeeper. Maybe you only know that because there was research in Leeds recently. Coventry playing them, and they're both 6'7".
Well, I was just it was something that I've been wondering about, so I feel, that my investigative journalism has borne fruit as Pennington is in, and that is just sort of a little checked shot by Barnard. It goes down through the gully, and they amble through for a single.
Definitely, was it suddenly getting quite dark out there?
Definitely darker. It's that cloud I was mentioning earlier out to our left, the quite dark grey is slowly moving across from our left to right, and that's dimming the bulbs a little bit in the sky, shall we say. Definitely has dropped the light level. They've just brought in a leg gully for Bethell, and he's turned and had a good look at him. 2 slits on the leg gully, and there's also a fielder at long leg. So in comes Pennington, and instead he's played it out to mid-wicket. Quite gently, but enough to get the single. At the end of the over, it is 156 for 4. Bethell retains a strike. He's on 30 now. Barnard on 63. 14 overs remaining in the day with this light.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be. The umpires are having a chat now. These two have probably done enough now to ensure that should be okay. They haven't got to the follow-on target yet, which is 251. What will be interesting actually to see if the umpires say to Notch, you've got to bowl spinners at both ends, whether they'll be willing to do that. Because you don't have to. You could just say, well, I'm not doing that, and then you go off. And indeed, Alex Davis in the first one, I don't know if he was ever told to bowl spinners. In fact, they are going off. And I suspect that's pretty much the conversation. Well, if you want to bring the spinners on, you can, but if you're not going to, then we deem it too dangerous, and that will be, you would think, it for the day, which is a shame. We got some play in there. What do we get? We got 26 overs in, during which Warwickshire added 85 runs for the loss of Dan Mosley for 30, fell to Patterson. Bethell is on 30, and Barnard batted very well. He's on 63. And Warwickshire 156 for 4, so they still need 95 more to avoid the follow-on, which is the only way you can see Notts winning. Even if they did do that, getting 16 wickets tomorrow would be asking rather a lot, I think. You never know.
Indeed. And it is a shame, because it's actually been a really high-quality game.
Yeah. Well, I was saying earlier, after a couple of draws here, and Warwickshire drew the first away game, I think if we'd had 4 full days weather-free, there's a very good chance we'd have got a result one way or the other. But unfortunately, we must have lost the equivalent of a whole day now, I would think. So there we are. We'll call it a day for now. There are still a couple of matches going on. If you want to follow some ball-by-ball commentary, well, there's 2. The Oval, where Hampshire are hanging on. There's 3, actually. Kidderminster, where Worcestershire are building a first innings lead. And at Bristol, where Middlesex are hanging on. against Gloucestershire. So there are commentaries you can go and listen to. Obviously we will be back if there is any more play today. I don't think there will be, in which case we'll be back tomorrow morning from just before 11. So from Dave, Mel, myself, Clive Eakin. For now, we will say a good evening with Warwickshire on 156 for 4, replying to Nottinghamshire's 400, but bad line to stop play. Well, there's the hover cover just in time. Usually switch it on just as I'm doing an interview outside. But anyway, that's coming on now. We'll leave the effects on for a little while, but that will probably go fairly soon as well.
Right, now this was the first show in the series, and at the end it lasted for about 50 minutes, but the actual recording takes about 3 hours. I'm sure you've been to live things. And then at the end of it, he says, right, normally what I do, anybody who's helped out with the show, I invite you backstage for a drink. So who's helped me? Anybody celebrating a birthday or an anniversary or whatever? Yeah, it's our silver anniversary, right, you and you. Where's those 2 boys that helped me? You and you. Me and my mate Robin. We scratched 3 tickets to go anyway, me and mine, and a couple others. So, yeah, come backstage and have a drink with us. So, at the end, obviously everybody else pissed off and we were waiting. And anyway, then somebody says, oh, just go round the back and say your guests are down here in the green room and have a drink. Of course, we went in there and free bar, coffee on, and all the guests were in there. The pretenders, Chrissy Hinder, the pretenders, they were the musical guests. So we got talking to all them and Gary and all this. Anyway, we got
Well, this is a bit unexpected. Having said our goodbyes, our au revoirs, we're back on. And we have 9 overs left in the day. So we lost 5 overs. The light is improved. The umpires are happy. And we are going to get some more cricket. Oh, good little spell here for Warwickshire, though they have done pretty well. Just losing the 1 wicket. I can't remember where we are. I think it's probably you and Mel, Dave, now. So I'll just, since I'm on now, I'll describe 1 over and then Mel will take over from me. I'll do it standing up like an American DJ.
Is that what they do?
Well, they used to. I don't know what they still do. But anyway. 156 for 4.
Are you surprised? Well, you are surprised because when you went off,
yes,
I definitely heard you say that may well be it for the day. So.
I did say we might be back,
yeah,
but
you
I wasn't
did.
expecting to be.
You have to cover all bases.
You do.
Have we lost anything, do we know?
We lost 5 overs.
Okay, cool.
Patterson back in the attack, and that's defended by Bethell. For no, I've actually written me a copy for tomorrow morning as well, which is going to have to change. 156 for 4. Well, credit to the umpires.
Yeah.
The patience to would have been tempting just to tell the ground staff to cover everything and let's go home. But no, they've got us back out there. Whether it moves the match on much. This next one from Patterson. That's left, there's no run. Let me see, in terms of bonus points, where are we in the innings? We're 51st over. So we need to get another 60 overs, including this one in, to complete, assuming they don't get bowled out before then, to complete the bonus point race. And that would take us, what, to about tea tomorrow, I guess. So the final session might be a humdinger. Assuming that nothing very dramatic happens between now and then. In comes Patterson to bowl. And Bethell pushes out to the onside. There's no run. A few oohs and ahs. Maybe they come out of the middle of the bat, but taking a step forward and works it onto the leg side. 156 for 4.
Great name for a rock band, isn't it? The oohs and the ahs. The oohs and ahs.
Have you copyrighted that one? Is there a band called the oohs and ahs?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure I entirely agree with you. I'm not sure if it's a great name, but you know, try it. In comes Patterson, round the wicket to bowl. Harrison plays that to mid-off, and there's no run.
Can't be easy, can it? We're a band. What we're going to call ourselves? No, that we've had that. We've had that. We've had that.
156 for 4.
But then again, we don't know who new bands are anymore, do we? We were talking the other day about, you know, the lack of Top of the Pops. That was sort of an in, wasn't it? You know, it was sort of an introduction for the general public to hear new music and see new bands pretty much for the first time.
Patterson comes in to bowl. And that's played in the onside. There's no run. Well, there's the old grey whistle test as well, wasn't it? But now you've got Jules Holland, of course. He introduces some quite a few acts that I've heard seen for the first time. I've seen them there.
Well, we are of a certain age, Clive, where at one time in our life somebody would say, what's number 1 in the charts this week? And we'd know. And I haven't a clue, have you?
Not this week, no. Sometimes I do look it up occasionally.
Not the last 20 years I haven't.
Patterson bowls. Schoolboy still has him as Harrison, but if he's Harrison, he's changed his style of bowling fairly dramatically. That's pushed back down the pitch for no run. 156 for 4, so probably the youngest of our team. Mel, I'll bring in next.
Probably. I don't know how she'll react to that. Being described as probably the youngest. 156 for 4. Dylan Pennington's back into the attack. He bowled quickly, bowled briskly. Plenty of aggression, plenty of pace when we started at 4 o'clock after a day where we watch the rainfall, the puddles grow larger and larger, the amount of seagulls and ducks landing on the outfield intensified. Dylan Pennington with a false start there, that's the last thing you need. There are 8 overs left in the day. And there he comes, past Richard Kettleborough's left shoulder, bowls now to Ed Barnard. This is dropped on the leg side, 156 for 4. Are you all right taking your seat there, or do you want a hand?
What the? I feel very insulted, I can tell you, and misrepresented. Oh dear.
He thinks I'm a lot younger than I am. That's what it is. It's Pennington again past Kettleborough. Crikey, those shadows are very prominent, aren't they? This has run down into the gully, fielded by Harrison. There's no run. 156 for 4.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they got back on. I wasn't expecting that
No.
at all. I was back in the wellness room.
Well, yeah, the fact you got your coat on, I think, was an indication to us all that you were.
I was snuggled out in the wellness room again, and then Kevin Howell came and said, you know, they're back on. I go, what? Thought he was pulling my leg.
The wellness room, is that where you go if you're having a bad day?
I did say I've discovered it and I like it.
Next delivery sent by Pennington to Ed Barnard, former Worcestershire teammate, just pushed out onto the offside.
There's this room behind us, which is actually, I go in there at the end of the day and we wait. That's usually where they bring someone up, whoever's doing media. But very comfortable couches. It's got low lighting. It's got a few things in there. I'm very disappointed because they did have a squishy white cricket ball.
Oh yeah.
That I really liked. And as you can see the ground staff hovering around the hover cover.
There's Pennington bowling now. Defended, the ground staff en masse have just put down their mugs of tea and coffee and all come out, and they're all stood by the hover cover as if they're expecting it to be pouring with rain any time within the next 30 seconds or so that's not good.
So they've got a dartboard in there and lots of inspirational quotes on the wall, and they've got some colouring books. I was having a look at those yesterday.
I saw you colouring. 156 for 4. Next ball is pushed into the offside. That's through the window I saw Mel colouring. I think the only time I've been in there was for finals day in 2020, when this was a very sterile place. There were no spectators inside the ground, of course. We were all kept apart from each other, and I don't know if we had to come out of the commentary room at all. I think that was the only place we were allowed to go, the sterile room.
Yeah, well, it's very nice in there now. It's a nice little hideaway.
156 for 4. Barnard on strike. We're waiting for the rain here, I think, as this is just dropped down in front of him. Pennington does the fielding, and that's the end of the over. The board says there are 7 overs to go. Knots are racing round, trying to get in as many deliveries as they can here. They're the only potential winners out of this little session, aren't they? Warwickshire can't go anywhere at all in terms of what they do out there, whether they get another 5 runs, 10 runs, 15 runs or 20 runs. The only potential winners from this little session would be Notts if they can get another wicket.
Absolutely. I mean, these two, Bethell and Barnard, have done a good job so far of just steadying things for Warwickshire. There's 2 slips in for Patterson as he's in and bowls around the wicket, and that ball's just flicked fine. That's 4 runs. Absolutely raced off the bat. Just a little bit too straight, and Bethell just gave it a little nudge, really. 4 runs. Takes Bethell to 34, and the score to 160 for 4.
Just too leg-sidey, wasn't it, from Patterson?
It certainly was. It's angled across the left-hander. I don't know if you were listening when I was on before.
I don't, Mel. I make a point of not listening to you.
Bethell waits as Patterson is in, and this time he's up on his toes and just drops that ball in front of him. But I was saying that our colleague up in the press box, George DeBell, made a comment about Bethell, and now I can't unsee it. And it's a similarity in his setup, his stance, the little bat movement before he bats, the way he marks up his crease, and certain Ben Stokes. And I can't unsee it now.
If you're going to have a role model,
Yeah,
that's,
exactly.
that's not a bad one to follow.
A little wave of the bat as Patterson is in, and he takes a stride forward and just takes that bat over the ball, lets it go through. Yeah, it's funny how you don't necessarily see something until someone points it out, and
Yeah,
then
that's
it's
right.
so obvious.
Yeah. People with time on their hands, Mel. They're not like us.
That's right. Oh dear.
I think the players, actually, the Nottinghamshire players, will have appreciated that little 10-15 minute hiatus, just a chance to get back and freshen up and use the facilities and then get back out there.
3 slips in as here comes Patterson, and that ball just stoutly defended towards point by Bethell. And you think it took him 15 balls to get off the mark. He was very patient. He absorbed that pressure, and then he hit back-to-back boundaries, I think. Was that off Stone?
Patterson,
Oh, that
I
was
think.
Patterson.
Yeah. He got 3 in and over, didn't he, to get him going.
And since then, he's looked really solid. Good in support of Barnard. But it's Bethell on strike now as Patterson is in, and just a nice little fine flick of the ball through mid-wicket. See Hamid is there to clean that one up and keep it to just a single. Takes a score to 161 for 4.
Back with us tomorrow?
Yes, I certainly am. So
That's it. You might as well see it through now. You're 3/4 of the way in.
well, it's nice because it's only 3 miles from where
Well,
I
yeah.
live.
It's a privilege to be able to watch a
Yeah.
county championship game in its entirety, isn't it? I always say it. I know a lot of people can't. They've got other things to attend to, like life.
Patterson to Barnard, just guides that one out just behind point. That's the end of Patterson's over. 161 for 4 then, with Bethell on 35 now, Barnard on 63. Very useful partnership and exactly what Warwickshire needed after losing Mosley earlier today.
And 90, if I've done the sums right, 90 runs added for the loss of Mosley. I think Warwickshire would regard that as a very successful mini session so far. Although 6 overs to go, wheels could yet come off, couldn't they, if Notts can break this partnership. Over to Warwickshire then. Do you send out a night watchman? Do you send in Michael Burgess? Here's Pennington. Round the wicket, bowls worked away onto the leg side by Bethell. Although in truth, at the moment, they're finding it hard to create anything resembling a half chance.
And that's the thing. At certain times in this match, the pitch has looked quite flat. There's not really much doing really for the bowlers, and then at other times, and it has been when the lights have been on and the clouds have been heavy, all of a sudden it just springs to life and the ball starts moving around and the wickets start tumbling.
Pennington in once more, bowls, and that's a good delivery, really was. Just sort of a 4th stump line, might have just moved away just a touch further. Ed Barnard not drawn into playing at it. Remains 162 for 4. Not about 25 or so overs away from a potential second new ball becoming due. So that'll be, what, an hour into tomorrow morning's play, assuming we get underway on time.
I think weather looks reasonable for tomorrow now.
Pennington in again, driven into the offside, driven through the offside for 4. That's a lovely shot from Ed Barnard. Just looked like he leaned into that one and pushed it, but it went with plenty of pace out to the ropes. Thrown back by the ground staff via Ollie Stone and Lyndon James, until eventually work its way back to the disgruntled bowler.
Super shot, that really was. So all lovely timing. And the sun's actually come out. The shadows now are very long, but they're coming from the sun, not from the light. So the light has actually improved quite a bit.
Pennington to Barnard, short, and he's had a little fiddle at that one. Could have left it alone and tried to cut it, but there's an extra bit of bounce from Pennington, went over the top of the bat.
He's beaten the bat a few times when Barnard's tried to play that cut shot. Today, just I think pure pace of Pennington. Really has been impressive. I've enjoyed watching him bowl.
Thanks to everybody that's been with us today and also taken the trouble just to say hello or pass comment. Next ball is run out onto the offside. No chance of a run there. 166 for 4. Very much appreciated. It's a long old day anyway, but when you spend half of it just watching it rain and you sort of had that withering, sinking feeling that you might not get any cricket at all, it's nice just to have a little bit of cricket towards the end of the day, and nice to hear from people who've almost been with us, just willing the weather to improve. Late Sunday evening at Edgbaston. Pennington bowls, and again Ed Barnard gets it away on the offside, and he'll keep strike. That's the end of the over. 167 for 4. That leaves us with 5 overs left in the day. Jacob Bethell 36, Ed Barnard 68. They came together when Dan Mosley was trapped at the start of the 7th over of this third day LBW by Dane Patterson for 30. That was 84 for 4 in the 31st over.
You say there's not really much to gain in this session for Warwickshire, but they're actually scoring at a reasonable rate. The runs are coming. So if they do get 5 overs in, they can get up towards that 200. Here comes Patterson to Barnard. Works this one out in the offside to the covers, no run. If they're able to get up there nearer to 200, then they'll go to bed tonight just feeling a bit happier. If they're only 4 down, knowing that weather might be better tomorrow.
Yeah. But I think if we were playing under regulations of many years ago, and the umpires were in a position to ask the two sides, do you want to stay on or do you want to go off? There's only one side
That's
out
true.
there that would want to stay on.
That is very true. Here is Patterson. That one played very late by Barnard. Just sent out to point. It's really lovely golden light now. I always love that light when there are dark grey clouds, but then the sun comes out and it sort of everything, the white that the players are wearing are almost glowing. The colours are all more intense, a particular kind of light. I'm sure there's some good photos that have been taken by Gareth Copley, a regular photographer. In comes Patterson. It's just played out to point. Yes, Gareth Copley was out there taking photos today. This is the sort of light now that photographers absolutely love. There. The whites of the players are really gleaming right now. And there's quite a lot of sunshine. Just a couple of people still in the holly stand. They're in the right spot to catch the sun. Barnard raises his bat as Patterson is in. They scamper through for a quick single. Played the ball out into the covers. Hamid came herring in and had a shy, but they were through. It was good running, really, in the end. Played with soft hands was the key. Managed to give themselves enough time. But it does bring Bethell on to strike now.
It's the right approach, isn't it? They've got to keep the ball moving if they can. You can't just block the last 4, 5, 6, 7 overs, just staying there, soaking up deliveries. If there's an opportunity to score, an opportunity to make knots keep switching over from right-hander to left-hander, they'll keep doing it.
They've got a leg slip in. They keep bringing that in for Bethell. He's there now, and 2 conventional slips. As Patterson is in, he just plays that firmly out to point. They've also got a long leg out there and a deep square leg as well, just forward of deep square. So it's a feeling that might be susceptible to something down the leg side. So Dane Patterson just gets back as far as the sawdust, takes a couple of steps behind, and he's into his run-up. He's in over the wicket to Bethell. Plays that languidly down to mid-off. No run. Just replays the shot. It's 168 for 4 now, with 4 overs remaining in the day. A lot of sunshine now, so amazing that we got back on, but the light has improved remarkably. And Bethell on 36, Barnard on 69.
Yeah, Richard Kettleborough looking up at the sun seemingly and shielding his eyes. 24, or a maximum of 24 legal deliveries left in the day. First 6 of which will be bowled by Dylan Pennington. Leaves behind that pile of sawdust at this end, and in he comes. Athletic approach, accelerates and nicked and caught, and he's got his man. That's an all Worcestershire affair. Ed Barnard caught Clark, bowled Pennington, just got one to shape away, and Ed Barnard couldn't last until the end. He's just feathered it through. Good diving catch as well from Joe Clark, low down in front of first slip, and that is the important breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. They will feel it's been very well worthwhile going back out there for this last little passage of play, and it's good and well-deserved reward for Dylan Pennington, who, for my money, I think has been the pick of the bowlers again.
Yeah, he's been absolutely terrific. Pennington bowls with such good pace, and he can get a little bit of movement in there as well. Becomes very dangerous, and disappointing for Barnard, heading out on 69, but really he was the one who stopped the rot for Warwickshire when the wickets were tumbling. Has played a really valuable innings for them, just unable to stay there through to stumps. And this is a difficult one. Danny Briggs, it is, coming out.
Yeah, I think he's come ahead of Michael Burgess, and it's not to keep the right-hand left-hander, of course, because it's an all left-handed combination now, but he's a night watchman of some repute. Have to have a, if he's still there overnight, I'll have to have a little look at the stats for tomorrow morning. I'm pretty sure he's hung around against Notts 2 or 3 times in the past for previous counties. Of course, he's had spells with Hampshire and Sussex, and indeed for Warwickshire. I'm sure on occasions he's frustrated the heck out of Nottinghamshire until lunch on the following day, so they'll be desperately hoping that Pennington can find another good ball and get rid of him there. In fact, no, he's a he bats right-handed, doesn't he? Slow left-arm bowler, but he does bat right-handed. Apologies, so it is right-hand, left-hand out there. Here comes Pennington into bowl to Danny Briggs. And first ball is wide enough for Briggs to leave alone. 168 for 5.
Oh, he's now got 3.4 overs to survive. Protect Bethell. Make sure that Bethell is still out there when play resumes tomorrow.
Yeah, sometimes night watchmen get it wrong, don't they? They look to hide away at the non-striker's end when it's their responsibility, really, not only to protect, in this case, Michael Burgess, but also try and protect Jacob Bethell, face as many of these deliveries as he can. There's Pennington in again, bowls to him. This is on his pads, and he's worked this away. He's whipped it away. There's a couple if he wants it, and I'm sure he will get it. Comes back, and 2 runs taken. Yeah. 170 for 5.
That was very nicely played by Briggs. And best result, some runs, and he retains the strike.
Suspect Dylan Pennington won't be too thrilled with that delivery, because anybody at this level, I mean, it's the old bread and butter shot, isn't it? They can just work it off their hips, especially when there's nobody there at square leg. And there was an easy scoring opportunity. There's Pennington in once more, bowls, and this is guided away on the other side now by Briggs, down towards third for at least 2, which they've already run. They're going to come back for 3, so that's okay. It's the 4th ball of the over, but a profitable couple of deliveries for Danny Briggs and for the Bears. 173 for 5, but Notts would have taken that, getting rid of Ed Barnard at the start of this over. There's only 3 overs to go after this one.
Yeah, it's nicely played by Briggs again. A couple of scoring shots, and it is Bethell. He's just got 2 balls remaining in this over.
Here comes Pennington and bowls, and it's defended out onto the offside. The football's finished in Nottingham. I'm going to have to do a quick update for the Robin Hood County. You listeners to local radio. I'll be back with Mel in just a second.
Thank you, Dave. I'm sure everyone in the Robin Hood County is very, very grateful. So Pennington has just one delivery remaining in his over. Really has been outstanding. Figures of 3 for 39. Been a real handful. Bethell waits as in comes Pennington. Happy just to leave that one. Well outside the off stump and high as well. So it's the end of the over. 173 for 5 with Bethell on 36 and Briggs on 5, having just faced the 3 deliveries. 2 batters in the middle just having a little conversation, working out how they're going to negotiate these remaining 3 overs. The sun has just gone in behind the clouds at the moment, but has had an immediate effect on the light, as you can imagine, but it's still reasonable. The ground staff are all there ready to go with the hover cover as soon as it is the end of play. But it's going to be Patterson continuing from the city end. He's bowling to Briggs. The night watcher has come out. 3 slips and a leg slip. He's in, and Briggs just defends this one out to the covers. No run on. Looks like I'm going to be joined again by Clive for the last couple of
Sorry about you flying solo again.
Ah, well, you know, every now and again. Just keep things going. Because someone else had to go off and inform the Robin Hood County. I like the way he says that. The Robin Hood County. Very good. Patterson starts his run up. Briggs waits, bowls, just lets that one go through. Happy to see that one fly well over the stumps.
Well, just have a bit of work to do. They've got to get to that 2-5-1, which ensures that they'll have to follow on. That should be enough to save the game with the time left in it.
Yeah, it's by no means a done deal. It's hard to say, because we have seen wickets fall in clusters, and they clearly feel they've been had the leg slip in for Bethell. They've got it in for Briggs now. It's Patterson. It's in. Oh, was that a chance?
Just short. I thought it was just short of the wicket keeper.
Shaped away a bit. I think there was maybe a fine edge. Joe Clark is still on his knees. He went diving for that. I think it might have just fallen short. But often when you see a player down on their stay down on the ground, it's a sign of disappointment. It might have been a fine edge that just dropped short. But he's threatening Patterson. Briggs waits again. Patterson bowls. This time defends it out to the covers. You're looking at the
it looks like it was sort
replay.
of on the half volley. See if I can bring it up again. Always end up going too far back, so you'll have to wait about half an hour before it. That's way. It's gone way too far there.
It's always
Right, it's
hard
this
really
over,
to-
so it'll come up shortly.
As it is. Patterson is about to bowl again to Briggs. He's in. Hussey umpire bowls. Defended again. Out to extra cover. No run.
Yeah, whether he could have just got his glove under it or not, I don't know. It's difficult to tell. It might have been a sharp chance. It's just, you don't want to lose any more.
No, that would have been really a good situation for Notts to have found themselves in. Not so much for Warwickshire. Briggs still needing to survive. There's 2.1 overs remaining. Last ball of Patterson's over. He's in and left alone. A diving Joe Clark doesn't completely stop the ball, but enough to prevent the run. So the end of the over. 2 overs remaining. 173 for 5. Bethell on 36 and Briggs on 5. Warwickshire the only task at the moment is to make sure that they don't lose another wicket in the dying stages of day 3 at Edgbaston.
So it's Dylan Pennington, 3 wickets so far for him. That's solidly defended by Danny Briggs. He's 173 for 5.
And still the sun just peeping out again a little bit. It's just muted shadows. It's incredible how just had absolutely no expectation that
it's coming
we're
up
gonna get
here,
back
and then
on.
it's followed by a replay. So you can have a look at the one that definitely edged. It's close, isn't it?
Half a chance, sharp
Yeah,
chance.
possibly. This one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
It would have been a brilliant catch if he'd
There's
taken
the
it.
replay here, which I think does do it in slow-mo at some point.
Just seeing if it.
Might just about under his glove. Might
I mean, it would have been a brilliant
Yeah.
catch if he'd taken it. It'd be one that you'd be talking about, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just think, oh, here he is again. Slow, slow, slow. Yeah. I don't know what you reckon. Might just be able to get his glove
maybe
under it,
just-
possibly.
Maybe just short, but
Yeah.
tough ask.
Pennington is a bouncer, which Briggs falls over, leaning back to almost limbo dance out of the way of that one. But had a bit of zip about it.
Certainly did. He just really has bowled with good pace, Pennington. Been a great match for him. He's able to get some good bounce as well out of this pitch.
Oh dear, I need to plug my laptop in. It's ticking me off, letting the battery run low. This next one from Pennington is worked out into the leg side. That will be 1 run for Bethell. He's on 37. So you want to come back tomorrow and see if he can build on that.
Yeah, he's been good at taking the pressure, soaking it all in, and early on, and being more aggressive.
Of course, it was him that was getting out of the way of that previous short delivery. So, still got that leg slip in, 3 slips on the offside for Pennington bowling to Danny Briggs. And that's gone past. Again, a bit of zip there. Joe Clark has leapt in the air to take that. It flew into his gloves at some pace, having beaten the bat of Danny Briggs. It's a good spell from Pennington, but he's only got 1 more ball to bowl today.
Well, that's what I was just talking about, that little bit of bounce he's able to extract. He's a tall man, and he uses that. You can see the great carry through to the keeper.
Last ball from him today, assuming it's legitimate, and that's gone again past the outside edge of Danny Briggs, playing a forward defensive pitch. That one further up, and he's given Danny Briggs a pretty uncomfortable time. Briggs will be relieved to have survived it. He's on 5. Warwickshire with 1 over left today are 174 for 5.
The Nottinghamshire players all just running over 1 by 1 to pat Pennington on the back. They're really appreciative. They can see how well he's bowled, and he's just one who I don't think the batters can ever really feel comfortable against. So really given everything at the times when the pitch isn't doing as much, and when it is, quite a handful.
Worcestershire have done what Somerset did and declared 9 wickets down, 451 for 9. Didn't quite get to the 450 in time for maximum batting points. They have a lead of 142.
Patterson in for the last over of the day. He's over the wicket, and he tried to turn that one into the leg side Bethell. It's ended up just squeaking off the bat down towards mid-off.
It looks like Surrey will have to come back tomorrow, but they do still look to be in a good position for victory against Hampshire. In fact, it is end of play for the day. Hampshire 116 for 5, but they're still 92 runs behind. Middlesex, though, have hanging on quite well against Gloucestershire.
Here comes Patterson over the wicket, bowls, and driven nicely, but It's Hasib Hamid who's dived across to his left and managed to keep it to a single. So that brings Briggs on to strike now. 4 balls remaining, and he just wants to stay there, keep Bethell safe up the other end if possible.
At least no new batter will have to come in. That's the good news for Warwickshire now. Middlesex are 211 for 3 now. They lead by 92. Max Holden's on 85. Ryan Higgins on 71. And they put on 122 so far.
Patterson bowls. It's leg sidey and just smacked to mid-wicket by Briggs. So now 3 balls to survive. Won't be worried at all about runs at this point. Still 3 slips and a leg slip. Got a backward point in there as well. So they've been aggressive with their slip fielding placements this latter part of the day. Patterson turns, starts his run up. He's into Briggs, bowls, and Briggs just lets that one go straight through, was well outside the off stump. Happy to see that one. Countdown is on, 2 balls left. And the ground staff, they're all
ready, yeah.
They're all hovering out there by the hover cover. Hovering, there's a lot of hovering. They're ready to leap into action.
So we've got 35 overs in the end today. So what, a third of a day.
It's had just 2 balls. Here's the penultimate one from Patterson. And again, well, it's just a little edge, but safely down to third slip. Briggs now just the 1 ball to survive and ensure that Warwick should go back into the sheds 5 down. Still a way to go to get to the follow-on. 251 they have to get to. They're 175 at the moment, so there'll still be plenty of work to do. Here is the last ball of the day. It's Patterson running into Briggs, bowls, and that's at the pad, and it may be a bit of bat as well. It was going down the leg side regardless, and Briggs survives. He will be there in the morning, as will Jacob Bethell. He is not out on 38, Briggs on 5, and Warwickshire 175 for 5 in response to Nottinghamshire's 400 first innings total.
Yeah, so 2 wickets falling today. Dan Mosley was LBW to Patterson for 30, and Ed Barnard batted well, for he was caught behind off Pennington for 69, 3 for 49 for Pennington, 2 for 52 for Dane Patterson. So this time I can definitely say that is it for the day. We ain't coming back today, but we will be back tomorrow. With some jeopardy still in this match, as well as a race of bonus points. Warwickshire 175 for 5. They still trail by 225, and we will see you tomorrow morning.